Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I am Bagger Don. This is Stock Market Caddy. Today is November 6th and it's 9:30. We did a little video this morning. Um, this this is how fast these markets are moving, and there was a beautiful long signal at about it was about 4:10, 4:15, and we just to illustrate a point. It doesn't mean that it happens every day at 4 a.m. But many times the markets will make a distinct move, right after the 4 a.m. time frame. Reason being is that's when the hedge funds do get active. That's these boys and girls, they get up early. They absolutely do, and they have the limos come pick them up at the house, wherever they be out there in Greenwich, Connecticut, and the limo picks them up and they get to their offices probably about quarter or 4 in the morning. The U.S. Treasury the war room is coming alive at about 4 a.m. And those boys and girls, they're getting to work. They're getting after it. Now, it doesn't mean that that's going to be the direction all day. Maybe not. But I love to see that activity that early. Um, that long signal dissipated right at 9:10. I also like to see that. I mean, well, it's not that 9:10 is unique, but notice the VIX goes long at 9:10. The ES went short at 9:10. You can still get that price. I'm not suggesting anybody do anything with their money, but at 9:10, the NQ 9:10, the YM 9:10, the Russell at 9:10. So money was moving at 9:10. Now, now you can believe what you want to believe. You can believe that there's a whole bunch of individuals out there and they're buying and selling Palantir and they're buying and selling Apple and they're doing it for this fundamental reason and that fundamental reason and everything else. You believe what you want to believe, but when you see shit like that, 9:10, 9:10, right on the dot, that's not Ma and Pa Kettle buying and selling stock. That is some big ass hedge fund and or a whole bunch of big ass hedge funds hitting the button. Now, it may dissipate. It might. You never know, right? It's just another trade for us. We ride it up, we ride it down. We don't get the very bottom. We don't get the very high. And to dramatize that, the other day we had a run up on the NQ in profits. You saw it of $17,000, one mini contract. Did we get it all? No, we did not. No. No. Am I going to beat myself up over it? Did we give it all up? No, we did not. But we got a good chunk of it. So that's what we're playing for. We're playing for the middle. We're playing for a chunk. So if we can't get the very high, if we can't get the very low on an intraday basis, we certainly can't get the very high and the very low on a daily basis or a monthly basis or an annual basis, right? It's just not possible. And to be able to do it day in, day out, week in, week out, monthly in, you can't do that. But what you can do is get a piece on the time frame of the market you're most interested in and get a portion, but you've got to capture it. You've got to do something called realize the profit. You got to get it in your grubby little hands. My grubby. Your hands aren't grubby. My grubby little hands. If you're fishing, it does no good to hook the fish. And if you don't, well, we don't even keep them, right? When we go trout fishing, we don't even keep them. But I always say to Susie, it doesn't count if you don't get it to the net. You got to get the fish in the net, and then you can release them, right? So you've got to, when you're trading, you've got to capture the profits. It's not enough just to have a run up and then give it all back, right? So does that make sense, right? Now, I do think we're getting other indications of other algos that are really starting to show us something. Nicholas, on a timing basis, on a daily, is short. He's short for a couple of days. Um, The VIX is showing signs of perkiness going out 30 days, 90 days, even 6 months. Now that can dissipate, but something is a brewing. The breadth of the market is not good. The overall breadth. So what happens is when the breadth of the market, not breadth, the breadth of the market starts to dissipate, it gets really, really hard for the markets to hold the highs, right? There's like nothing under it. There's no underpinning to it. And so we're on watch. And today could be, may not be, it may dissipate, but today could be a big day. We'll see. We want to see that VIX stay long, start, really accelerating. So that's kind of where we are. We have our trade on. We're having an exceptional run, and that's the thing. You'll have good. We had um, oh, um, oh, I'm sorry. One of our members. I'll keep his privacy. He knows who it is, and um, I'm drawing a blank. I'm going to let me look. Because he's gonna know, and I'm sorry. Um, and bear with me, where my mind's at this morning. Da, 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 da. Isn't that crazy? It's been crazy. Scott. I'm sorry, Scott. Your name was on the tip of my tongue, and I couldn't bring it to the fore. I couldn't. So Scott sends me an email the other day, and I showed it to Susan. I kind of chuckled. He said, "Well, Donna, I had a, pretty good, few days," but he was lamenting um, his profit factor was only, I think it was like 4.8 or 4.9. He was lamenting that. Um, Nothing to lament. That means he was making $4.80 for every dollar he expended. That's a beautiful thing, right? Now they can be much higher, and he's probably, I don't like it much. I get it, Scott. If you're out there, I get it. But as long as your profit factor is above one, then you're going to be making money, and that's and you can only do what the market is doing. So you can only, if you could be trading a particular style in a particular way, and if the market's in a really tight range, yeah, the profit factor might be 4.8, I mean, it's just tight, or it might be 2.1. It's not that you're necessarily doing anything bad, you're not. It's just what the market is giving you. And then the market starts to expand. The volatility. It starts to rock this way, rock that way, lots of noise coming in, lots of things going on. Don't pay any attention to that, but you'll know it, right? And then that's when, and you may be doing exactly the same thing, and then suddenly your profit factor starts to expand. Hopefully, you're tracking it and you know that. But what most people do is track the money, and there's more money to be made. You have a run up of $17,000. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Over it was over a couple of days, um, and and so you get that sort of thing. But it's not going to be necessarily every day. But I love bearish markets. Well, when they start to come in, because the money accumulates very, very quickly, and is very large, can be very large, and then we can get some vicious rallies coming back the other way. So you got to be careful that you don't, get too, caught up in the bearishness, or you get caught up in the narratives of what's driving it. Don't. There will be something, right? There's going to be a day. Maybe it's today. I mean, I kind of even tweaked it out there. Yeah, maybe, Susie, maybe, because this, because of what we're seeing. and and they will, if we get a big headline day, and then CNBC will come out, it maybe take a couple of days, market in turmoil, and then they all come out and they start telling you why and what it is, and you can't time the market, and just hold on, don't worry about it. I don't know why in the world anybody would listen to them. We certainly don't, but that's what it'll be. So we're going to let you watch. I won't ramble on. And I hope you're getting it done with whatever you're doing. Scott, if you're out there, good morning to you. Um, and we got some work to do. Bob, if you're out there, I didn't forget you. I got to revisit that radar. I'm going to do that now. Promise you, right now. And so I think that's where we be. Let's just take a look. Did you see that was the 910, and that's run up right in front of your eyes, right? Because that was only up like 40, $50. It's now up 600. This one here at 910 is up 2 grand. 910 at 160, 910, 390. Now we never know, right? We never know, um, how high. We can get parameters, we can get an idea based on the volatility levels of where we are in the last few days. That's kind of like what we would want to do. We can get an idea of what it could be, but we'll never know for sure, right? And so could it run up this afternoon? The NQ, could this be up 5,000, 6,000, 10,000, 15,000? If it was 15,000, that would definitely be a headline day. It would be an outlier. But could it run up 3, 4, 5,000? Oh shit, yeah, yeah, absolutely could. It could. I'm not saying it will. I don't know, right? I don't know. Um, but if it, in order for it to dissipate, what would have to happen is the VIX on the 5 minute, we would have to begin to see some red boxes in here, right? Now, I don't have time to fully explain how this tool is used, but think of it like a digital ticker tape. A digital ticker tape. Remember, and there's that book out, which by the way I want to get with the audio tape for 1929. They all had digital. That's why they used to have the ticket tape parades, right? They had like that glass bulb thing that people sometimes have on their fireplace, and it's like a clock, but it was a digital ticker. And then people would read the ticker, the tape, and they were tape readers, right? Susan still likes to watch the day the the intimate price action of whatever it is she's trading. I don't get that granular on it like that, but she kind of does. And which is reminiscent of the ticker tape readers. So Swing Machine is kind of like a digital ticker tape. I mean, we can just casually look at it any time of the day or night. We have a whole bunch of other things that we use, but it's wonderful to come in and you can say, "Oh man, I mean, they're dumping, they're selling." Right? It's obvious. So, and it started at 9:10. So if this was to begin to dissipate, I'll be here to answer any questions. But what you'll begin to see is you'll see some red boxes starting to show up on the VIX. It'll start to dissipate. They will turn red. And then on the 1 minute on the NQ, these will start to turn green. The ball flight is the most sensitive, right? Especially at the 1 minute level. So they'll begin to turn green. Now don't react to that, right? Don't I'm just letting you know, right? Don't see there's one now, right? A little one, a little hint. But you don't want to go reacting to it because all it probably is, oh, you see it? See it's starting to tell you it's like, oh, getting a little bit of pressure up. What that is other people's machines, not individuals, but other hedge funds. They know how this game is played. They know they got to capture profits, right? So they're not trading one mini contract. They're trading hundreds of them. So if let's just put this in proportion. So all this is scalable. So that you see that position up here is up 1,500. That's one mini. But if you got 10 of them, if you got 10 of them, that means it's 15,000. If you got 100 of them, how much is that? Like 150 grand, right? So their machines, they'll go in and they'll have trailing stops and they'll capture that little bit of profit, right? But it may be just that. It may be just them just trimming the fat, so to speak, getting the cash in. So you don't have to be that nervous or that excited to try to trade with that kind of granularity or that kind of preciseness, because you're not using the leverage that they are. They have to do that, right? Because they're using, I mean, they're probably using, it's in the millions of dollars. It's in the millions. So they gotta capture, three, four, 500,000 here before lunch. You know, that's, those boats are expensive that they ride around in those homes. So they gotta capture it. And here you're getting to see a little bit of it. So you can see on the 1 minute. Now, if you want to be trading at that, you can, but it takes practice. You have to practice interpreting swing machine, and there are other tools, and you get the machine to do it and help you, and as long as you know what you're doing. So I'm just kind of describing, a little bit of what you might see. More often than not, though, more often than not, this little 1 minute little bounce like this little trimming the fat that they're doing, which is affecting my P&L, um, is will dissipate and just go away, and will resume back down, and will stay back down. What I want to see happen is at least the 5 minute not do that. 5 minutes starts to do that. Well, then maybe I got to take the position off. But if you don't have visualization on these markets the way that we do and the way that our members do, if you don't have really good visualization, it's going to be extremely difficult for you to trade, because what you'll end up doing is what they count on you doing, and that is trading the money. So I put the trade on, you run up, $500, you get really excited, and you take it off. And then you see it run up 2,000, 3,000, 5,000. So we counted this quite a bit with folks in the beginning. They'll say, "Oh, Don, how come I never get those?" Well, it's because you take it off. But then I turn around and then I trade, and then I give it back, sort of thing. We even have a person, we still do, and he's working on this, but he would say to us, "Geez, Don, every morning, I swear, Don, it'll be 11 o'clock, and I'll be up two, three, $4,000 just trading one mini contract, on any one of the indices. But I'll be up that much, and by the afternoon, I give it all back." I'm like, "Okay, why don't you just stop, like at 11? Just stop. Why do you have to keep going till 4? Just stop. Come back. Just stop doing that. You get up 2,000. All right, fine. Go find something else to do." I had a little project around the house. I'm pretty sore. I had to mix some cement. I am pretty sore. 700 pounds of cement. And I got another one to do. Front of my home, I have I had a little pedestal. They had made the pedestal, the columns, they made it out of wood, and it went bad. And so I had to make it out of cement. Um, so I had to take a little bit of time. I guess I say. So you got to have a life, right, around trading. There may be days, you want to play golf, you want to go fishing, or you got to make some cement. And, so you don't have to be in the market every minute of every day. And if you can learn to use the technology, you can, do something like that. You could do another project, and as long as the power is on in your home, you don't lose power. We even got some alerts for that sort of thing. But you'll be okay, right? So it's the idea is that trading in the markets, we hope, is a source of fun, a source of peace, a source of just something you enjoy, right? Why do it if you don't enjoy it? So if it's a source of frustration, a source of anger, you know, um, you might want to just stop, splash some water on your face, go for a walk, think about what you're doing, what you've been doing, and give it a couple more days, and maybe give it a couple more, and really think it through. There's no rush, right? There's no rush. You know, um, sound okay? All right. So we have some nice we can we got some nice action here, and we just want to see this VIX stay long, right? And now remember that little those little 1 minutes? Those are just some trailing stops. They just trimmed it. They just trimmed it off, and we're fine. Let me just show you, on a daily basis. Let's take a peek at this. Oops, bear with me. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. I'm out of breath. I had to visit the lawn person. Um, Let me open the things back up here. Bear with me. And all right, all right. Yeah, so I had to visit with him. So we're continuing to get a nice sell down. So that 1 minute was just a little. That's all it was. Just a little bit of a profit taking. And you can, you know, a person can trade out of breath. I ran back um, to see this, but and answer any questions. So that's all that was. But I I did want to punch up kind of early today, and we're going to let you watch probably a good part of the day because I do think that we're right on the cusp of um, of a significant turn down. But please no, please don't rush out and get short the market or do something impulsively that because it could change, right? I could be, Swing Machine and our other tools are going to help us. If this dissipates and ends and we got to go long, that's what we'll do. So I don't want anyone to get upset. We do these live sessions just to show you what's possible, show you what's possible. And when you're ready, we want to be ready for you. As a monthly member to Stock Market Caddy, you get a video view of the algos every night. You don't have to watch every night, but you want to get an idea of what we're thinking, what we're interpreting, and getting some opportunities. That's what it entails. If you want to get Swing Machine and all the other tools on your desktop, then you do need to become an annual member. But before you become an annual member, you have to go through once what we call a Q school. And then at the end of that, if you decide that you want to become an annual member, we're going to give you 30% of your educational dollars back to you, and then we begin to send you everything, and then you get to play your game. You get to have all the tools, and there's no it's not a zero-sum game. Your success doesn't take away from Susan and me. Nope, to the contrary. We want you to do well. We want you to blow us away. And there have been many people that have, and that's totally okay. We just ask you to, be patient with yourself, be disciplined, stay proportionate, stay patient, stay patient, stay patient, right? The markets are always here. They're always open. They may shut down the churches. They may shut down no, they don't shut down the bars, but they will shut down the churches. They will shut down the gyms. They will shut down all the stuff as we saw during COVID, but they won't shut down the markets. Why? They got their bread in them. The politicians, even the Marxists, they got their bread, and they don't want them closed for nothing. And that is a beautiful thing. So we don't have a limo pick us up. Don't need to. I'm in the privacy of my own home, and you're in the privacy of your homes, presumably, or your offices, and you are trading the biggest, deepest, most liquid markets in the world. There are grown men and adults. Don't lose sight of this. There are grown men, grown women, very smart, very sophisticated. They're in their towers in Chicago. They're in their towers in New York, Singapore, Tokyo, London, and they're not watching Swing Machine, but they're watching the same action you and I are watching right now. And then there's some poor slob, poor slob, he's in the bowels of his yacht off of Monte Carlo. Just imagine, he's got this big yacht and he's an old guy. Took him a while to accumulate it. And the trophy girls are jumping off the back of the boat. And where is he? He's down in the bowels of that boat with a Starlink trading the markets. You know the type. Carl Icahn. Feel bad for Carl Icahn. Carl Icahn, they say his net worth, the poor guy, if you cry for me, has gone from 18 billion to 4 billion. Wow, what a it's and he's in his 80s and he's still in the game. He loves the action. He loves the game. Of course he does. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? Right? But it needs to be in your blood. I would never tell anybody you should be doing this. Most people shouldn't. The truth of the matter is, right? You've got to be, a rare bird. And the 4 or 5 people that are here, you guys are rare bird. It's not that rare, but you're rare. Yeah, and you know it. All right, so we're going to let you watch. And it's a beautiful thing here. Any questions, you let us know. I'm going to be in and out. I got to get some work done, and we'll be nearby. Hope you enjoy. Okay. All right. I got interrupted earlier by the my lawn person, but my thought was is that I think I expressed it. But if you are making a decision, it's okay around the edges, right? It's okay. I'm not saying that we never make a decision because of the amount of money, but and there's a big but here. If you're making decisions day in, day out, trade in, trade out on the money, purely on the money, then if you're not a drinker, you will be a drinker. If you're not a pot smoker, you will be a pot smoker. It will drive you to drink because you'll be trading what? Greed and fear, fear and greed. And that's not a good thing. It just isn't. You don't want to be making decisions, financial decisions, based on that, whether you're a trader or doing anything else. And in fact, any other endeavor that you're doing that carries some degree of risk, flying a plane, scuba diving, parachuting, I'm not saying that these, those endeavors are necessarily um, equate to trading in the markets, but it could be playing golf, it could be, well, I don't know, anything really. And if you're always in a perpetual state of fear and euphoria, well, that's no way to live, right? That's no fun. Um, and you're probably not going to enjoy whatever it is you're doing, right? So that's what these tools are for. Hey, Don, made a good trade today, but I'm out of the market now. Not as good as you. Okay. All right. Well, no. Oh, is that Frederick? Hey, Frederick. That's okay. Hey, Frederick. No, that's okay. It's not a yeah. It's not. Frederick is one of our members. So excellent, excellent. So he made a good today. I'm out of that market now. Traded three MNQs. Ah, beautiful, beautiful. It's yeah. No one's in. We're not in competition with each other. Not talking at Frederick. Good to see you, Frederick. I didn't recognize the moniker right away. Um, nobody's in We're not in competition with each other. We're not even in competition with the market, right? We're just playing the game, right? And and never minimize, um, the what it is you're trading, your leverage. It's very individual, right? Right? It's very individual, and we show it. I generally like to be trading on the NQ a mini, usually one. However, it's gotten so rich that I also um, like to trade the micros. Now, I might come in with 10. I wish I had here because then I could do a little more scaling and maybe be a little more active, but didn't do it. But thank you, Frederick. Thank you for letting us know. And take the rest of the day off. Just enjoy life. Enjoy life, kids. Um, it's a beautiful thing. And I forgot. I was going to show you the daily. Let's go look. Let's look at. Let's put the VIX on a daily. Sorry, losing my voice here. Okay, hit the sneeze button there. All right, so let's put the VIX on a daily. What do we see here? Um, okay, so the daily VIX is rising. We can see the trend. We can see it rising. It is above its mean at 1931, but it's still short. It's still short. So the market isn't on a daily basis, isn't that fearful. Now that can change. I'm sorry. But let's take a look at the ES. And this VIX is correlated to the ES. The other markets are very close, but let's go here and look. So here is the ES. In the ES, on a daily basis, the trend is dipping. It's dipping. It went long 128 days ago. 128 days ago. In 1 minute, you'd still be up. Not 17%. 17% is the difference between the entry price of the trade and where it is now, but because it's leveraged, you'd be up 51 grand. Now, of course, you would have been up much more than that because what is it doing? It's dipping. That's all it's doing. So the VIX is coming up and the market is responding and is going down a little bit. And proportionately now, this is on a daily. Let's not confuse the 1 minute. So we got the VIX at 50, positive 50, and we get the ES at negative 50. It's very proportionate. It's, everything right now is proportionate. And we're in the middle. We're in the middle of the river. Which way are we going, right? Are we going back up or are we going back down? Well, right now it's proportional, but they can, as things begin to unfold, we like to keep an eye on this, maybe not minute by minute on the daily, but certainly from day to day, because if the VIX starts to move going this way, then the ES on a daily is going to move this way. Now, what we don't know is how high does the VIX get and how low might the market get, and we never know that. So we can just tell it's just kind of like a meteorological, interpretation. It's like, okay, here are the conditions, here's the storm, and it's acting normally, and but where might it go? Might it get shared off, and just dissipate into a tropical storm and nothing routine, and we're right back? We don't know, right? We never know. So it depends, right? You would have done better though if you were a swing trader when the VIX was down in here and the market was up in here. You would have done better to get on some options and take yourself out, at least 20 to 30 days, right? Give yourself plenty of time for this thing to play out if it is to play out. So when we're trading intraday, we're not glued to the daily because it's pretty far away, but I wanted to show you that. So this thing is still pretty early, and it may or may not, occur, but we can see it, on an intraday basis. And we saw it yesterday, right? And then she rallied up. And if you get all committed and you get out over your skis and get too leveraged, too determined that it's going one way or the other, then you could get frustrated. Oh, I come back up. Oh, no, you just trade it that way, and it may take 2 or 3 stabs at this, or 5 or 6 stabs to to be there in the end. You never I'm just saying this for everybody. These emotions like I missed it. You didn't miss anything. I never, you don't miss it. You don't, but you just don't get it all, and you don't get every single trade. You just don't. You just don't. And sometimes you'll do even better. I said to Susie, we had a great week last week, and I said, okay, well Susie, this is what we got. I said it on members. This is what we got. This is what it would be. We're gonna sit tight. We're gonna sit tight on it over the weekend. It didn't do much of anything, but then it did do a lot, right? We had that nice big fat run up. She started to draw back. I wanted it to keep going. In terms of the account value, I didn't know if it was going to go from 17,000 to 25,000 to 30,000. It's possible when you have a mini contract sometimes, you got that one fat outlier. And it didn't. It stopped right about there, and she pulled back and we captured some profit. And then she rallied hard, and we participated a little bit, just a little bit, because I'm like, I still got my bearish, view, and I'm like, we'll get back on it. We'll just get back on it, and we're back on it. And this will not turn into a losing trade. That isn't going to happen, right? So we're definitely going to make money, but I just don't know how much this one position is going to pay out. It might be, would it be? And it might be multiples of this. Again, that'd be a beautiful thing. So you do that during the course of your trading week, trading month, trading year. You're gonna you're going to start really, really developing confidence in your game, and you go, okay, I have a neighbor every morning, he's going out first thing in the morning and he's got his golf clubs and, he goes out and he plays golf every single morning, has a beautiful day. And he's coming back. He's already back. He's already played. He's a what they call a dew sweeper. He's sweeping the dew off. Goes there every morning, which is great. And and does this thing. That's basically what we're doing in the markets. Sound okay? All right. Any questions? We do these YouTube sessions. Thank you, Frederick, again. Thank you, and I'm glad you had a good day, good session. And if there's any questions I can answer, you want me to punch in any market. Um, I want to see how much Nicholas is up. So let me see. Should be up handsome. Nicholas is one of our timing models that triggers on a daily basis. And let me go get it. Yep, yep. So he triggered on the VIX. He went long on the 29th, October 29th, and he went short all four markets on October 30th. And that collection, that position with futures contracts on every market, which would be, rich to do. I'm not, but could have done it with options, could have done it with one. It's up collectively 16,000. Now, what we never know, right? He might be up collectively 50,000. He might, one of the highest run-ups we had was the COVID sell. And it didn't happen in January. We knew about COVID. Market didn't sell off. Market was up. Beginning of February, market was up, and we knew about COVID. And like, what is going on? Why is anybody living in the same world we're living in? I mean, why isn't the market selling? It didn't sell off. And then around the middle part of February, Nicholas goes short. We're like, okay, this is it. It's time to go. They're going. We were aware of the catalyst. I don't know. They were just slow to react. They just didn't react. 3 weeks later, our Nicholas timing model collectively hit its high water mark. 3 weeks. It was up 270 grand. Did we get it all? No. Nope. Did we get a good chunk of it? Yep. Yep. Sure did. But we never get it all. Nobody gets it all. And if they are telling you that, they're full of crap because you can't do it. And if you're trying to do something, that's the other thing, you want to have realistic expectations, right? Because if you have unrealistic expectations in anything, and here's the little, look at this. See the trailing? These are trailing stops on every single market. 1 minute, they're ripping, they're trailing off. So the market's, looks like it wants to pause here a little bit. And as a result, this is going to probably go down some, my position. Now I could go in and close it, but I'm choosing not to. That's my prerogative and based on where I am. And but I guess where I was going is if you have unrealistic expectations in anything, I don't care what it is, you're gonna be disappointed. you know, um, you just will be, right? Um, I always equate, the fly fishing. I had very high expectations for fly fishing, and I had all the gear, I had all the stuff, and I took, a couple little lessons, behind a Bass Pro Shop, not in water, actually in the parking lot. And I had very high expectations that I was going to go out and catch some fish, and it seemed like a year or two I kind of screwed around with it. I wasn't catching anything. I was having a nice time. I was enjoying being in the river and throwing the fly and looking good and everything else, but I wasn't catching any fish. And even Susie's getting to the point like, she's done. And but ultimately, I connected with a mentor or two, and I was like, oh, I didn't know what I didn't know, and I was making I'm embarrassed to say some of the mistakes that I was making around fly fishing. They were really embarrassing, really stupid too. And I mean, just technically, actually, I don't, I'm embarrassed to even tell you some of them, so I won't. But but it only took the person that my mentor. It only took him like about 5 minutes. Like, you don't want to be doing that. Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know what I didn't know. I was interested in getting better. And then in a short period of time, guess what? I started catching fish. And then it was like, kind of, I look back and I was like, well, what the hell was that all about? I wasted all that time. All that time. I mean, I enjoyed myself, but I mean, I could have been catching fish, much, much sooner. We want to help you catch the fish. So when you're ready, feel free. We're going to let you watch. Thanks, Frederick. Bob, if you're out there, you might be. I want you to know I'm loading in your radar, so I'm taking a closer look at it. Okay, so I just want you to know I haven't forgotten you, and I just want to take a peek at something, and so we are reviewing that. I will have have you what you want um, today. So just know that. And you can see, that remember we just saw, we've seen it twice now. We saw a little element of some trailing stops coming in, and it impacted my account, my position, and then it just dissipated and they resumed selling off, right? So now we never know, right? I mean, it grabbed my attention, um, but you know, described it. I was going to react to the money. Now, if I put on so much leverage, right? Like if I put on, 10 contracts, and we're not talking about $5,700. We're talking about, $58,000. Well, then that might get my attention. you know, if my account suddenly goes from 58,000 to 32,000, then then it's going to be more difficult for me to trade and trust the gauges and trust what we're doing, right? Because that amount of money could get my attention. But for others, we have members that's no big deal. I mean, we absolutely do. I mean, it's so all of this is scalable, right? Scale up, scale down, you know, and so you want to find your level, and you want to be working on your skills, your trading skills, and then you've got to play. You got to play your game, and you got to play from the proper tee sets, right? I mean, if you don't have game, you don't have experience, you don't want to go to the golf course and, I'm going to play from the tips. You're going to have a rough day, right? So, if you don't have the experience and this is easy, honey, I got, I got $1 million in my account. I can buy and sell with these guys. And you put on 10, 15 contracts or 20 contracts, and things start to go kitty wampus on you. You may not have $1 million by the time you're done. Right? So it's scalable, right? That's all we can do is make folks aware of what you may or may not know. All right? So and if a person was trading one micro, there's nothing wrong with that. They wouldn't be up $7,000. They would be up $700. All right, gotta learn. Gotta learn. Totally okay. If you got three of them, you're gonna be up $2,100. Okay, that's good. Now I have members that say, "Oh, Don, you're holding out on me. You're holding out on me. I know you. I know you got the juice. You're trading dozens of contracts." And I'm not. I'm not. I mean, there are occasions where we will lever up a little bit beyond, but not frequently, not day in and day out, not on the intraday. Now, do we have other monies that are on option trades? Absolutely, we do. Absolutely, all the time. back and forth and back all the time. Yep. Yep. Now we give you this view, and we're almost always on. Well, we are. We give you a full view of the major markets here that hold the most interest for everybody. But and we're usually trading one way or the other, the Nasdaq, because it's got the most interest. It's the crazy aunt in the basement, and if you can trade that, you can trade anything. But we trade other things. You can trade soybean meal and soybeans and coffee and gold and silver and lumber. Although, you got to be careful with the liquidity of some of these markets. Natural gas, dollars, currencies, all kinds of things, right? I'm bagging on the stock market caddy. Let us know. Now, if you had taken, now remember, we've been live here, right? This trade, this VIX, we made a video of the 410 signal for the 4 a.m. signal, and that was long. And we had no sooner uploaded that taped video of what it was showing us, and then at 9:10 live, if you slow the video back or go backwards and scale, you'll see it. At 9:10, the VIX does what? It goes long. And then at 9:10, remember when we first thought, and it was only up like $35 or $45. Well, now it's up 2,800. And at 9:10, remember this one was up like 1,800, 1,900. I said almost $2,000. It's now up $7,000. Are you shitting me, Don? No, I'm not. You saw it. 7 grand. 9:10, 1,400. 9:10, 1,350. Don, that looks rigged to me. That definitely looks rigged. Don, there are 500 stocks in the S&P. There are thousands of stocks in the Nasdaq. There's 30 Dow stocks. There's Russell 2000. There are 2,000 stocks, Don. How in the world could all four markets with all the indices all move on within a minute? Because it is rigged. It absolutely is rigged. And they are. It's rigged to the extent that they're selling you the individual shoes, right? We're trading the whole market. They're trading you little stories on each individual, like that guy that I was working with one time. He said, Don, I'm not buying oil stocks. I'm buying the oil services stocks because, I was talking to that boutique broker of mine, and, I buy the piping in the. Okay, that sounds good. That sounds like a good time. I have good. Let me know how that works out for you. I don't know. Maybe you made a fortune doing it. I have no idea. Don't really care. We're not doing that. Think of it this way. You've heard the expression, follow the money. That's what we're doing. We're trading the money flow. We're extracting money from the money flow. I know they don't like it, but they don't have a market if we don't do that. And if you don't do that, there's no market. We would just boom and bust. Everybody would pile into a Ponzi scheme and then all pull out. And we might have a little of that going on too, by the way. So in any case, but you've seen it real time. And we put out the video this morning because we had other markers, other things. And I said, yeah, I think today's going to be a rough day for the Bulls. Buckle your chin straps. Get ready to knock some heads. That's an old football thing, right? I didn't play college football. I didn't play high school. But he would say to you, hey, buckle that chin strap. You're going in. You want to keep it buckled. You want to be ready to go. The coach taps you on the shoulder and says, go. So you got to be ready. You got to be prepared. You don't want to wait until you retire. I don't think so. This is a game. This is a game you can be playing your whole life. Whole life. All right? All right. Have fun. We'll be nearby. Okay, I now see. I was confused. This is for the benefit of our annual members, and if Bob is nearby, I'm going to make an adjustment for Bob. We have a tool. Yeah, what is this? Let's see here. That is weird. Hmm. Yep. So we have a tool called Sentiment Radar, SMC Sentiment Radar. And I don't think I realized this, but I have on the wings, out on the wings of this radar, they'll know. When I do the video at night, it says panic and it says euphoria, and evidently on the file that's going out, it says greater than 100 or less than zero. So I'm going to rename it for Bob Panic and Euphoria, but that's where they should have gone. I didn't mean there to be any confusion there. It's kind of a weird deal that I didn't catch that. So, Bob, thank you. I'm going to make that adjustment and send it to you. But that's where it is. That's all it is. Let me just double check. And if that's wigging anybody else out, let me know. And I'm happy to get to it and get it corrected. I'm sorry I didn't do it sooner. Let's see here. Um, sure I got this right. Yeah, that's all it is. Yep. Okay. That's easy. That's an easy one. That's okay. Good eyes. Good eyes, Bob, if you're out there. Good eyes. Okay, so I'm going to mention this in full view. If Bob is out there, Bob is one of our annual members, and there was a labeling issue on the sentiment radar. I show euphoria and panic on the sentiment radar, and his was saying greater than 100 or less than zero. There's no difference in the math between mine and yours. It's exactly the same. It was just a labeling. Not sure why that went out that way, but if anybody wants it to say on the sentiment radar, want it to say euphoria or panic, other than right now, it might say greater than 100 or less than zero, and it's the same math. It's the same. Nothing's going to change on it. It would just be a labeling thing. You let me know. We're always available to, especially our annual members. We're available for a monthly, but annual members, if there's ever anything that you see that doesn't quite look right when you look at any of our tools in the library or one of my videos, it's like, Don, mine isn't quite like that, or isn't something's amiss. Don't hesitate just to reach out, and we'll get it squared away. Some of these tools, have been built and amended over the years, and but so it's no problem. Happy to do it. Good afternoon, everyone. We are approaching the noon hour, and this baby is, she may have lost an engine. Did you see that plane? Holy smokes, what a tragedy there. Man alive. Engine just drops off the plane. You can't fly without an engine. And there was no place to land. I mean, those guys, God, it was just doomed. This market might be losing an engine here. They might be looking for a place to put this bugger down. Um, we're not on it. No thanks. No. Our retirement isn't in it. No, no, not at all. We're traders. We're trading the money flow, right? Yeah, but this thing is looking rather tenuous. Now, it's been long on the daily for like 138, 148 days. All it's measuring on a daily level is a dip. But is it a dip to be bought, or is it a dip to get the hell out of Dodge? Well, we have other tools that we don't have the liberty of showing right now, but we're out of Dodge. We are out of Dodge. And we are on the dark side, and it is what it is. But we're going to let you watch. It's just the middle part of the day, middle part of the week. Well, no, it's the end of the week. It's Thursday. I had to think for a minute. It's noon. Is this thing going to accelerate into the close? The VIX is, look at what it's doing, 5 or 6%. Some unsettling things coming out of New York City. Now, the new mayor doesn't arrive until January, right? But he's got his transition team. They're all socialists. They're all socialists. They're all Marxists. That's, I don't really, we don't really chat about politics, don't really care one way or the other. But it isn't the capital of the country, but it is the seat of capitalism in these markets. And that's kind of a, oof. And he's already put out a proclamation that they're going to city funds or city whatever, they're going to divest of this group, that group, that group, this group. And when people start making decisions on where they're going to invest especially government monies, public monies, on the basis of politics, well, then that can be a very slippery slope. Very slippery. You know? And a lot of billionaires in New York. A lot of billionaires. I don't know, they might be saying, you know what, we better get the hell out of this state. California wanted to do some of that, right? They wanted to tax their wealth. They wanted to tax before it was even realized, and they wanted to tax it. They even wanted to tax it if they left, right? Retroactively. My biggest concern is they're coming to Florida. No more room. No more room. We're full. We're full in Florida. It's really buggied here, and there's alligators, and we don't have the change of seasons, and the air conditioning makes you gives you a cold. It's really it's really not a very nice. Crime is real bad. I don't want them here. We've had enough. We're full. The inn is full. Oh my goodness. But somebody is moving some things around here today, right? For whatever reasons. Could be that. Who cares? But they're moving. And we can see it. And we're on them. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, I'm bagging on. This is Stock Market Caddy. It is November 6th. We've been up since 9:15. Do you remember this trade here at 9:10? We were there. 9:10. It was only up 35 or $45. It is now up 3,500. This one here was at 9. By the way, the VIX went long at 9:10, 10 past 9. Not 9:09, not 9:30, not 9:15, 9:10, 9:10, 9:10, 3,500, 9:10. 8,700. Let's see. Let's get a calculator and add this. Well, let's just do it in round. Well, I'll do a calculator. Let's see what we got here. All right. So I'll do a calc. So let's skip the VIX, right? You could go along the VIX. Um, I just would never short the VIX. Not no, I wouldn't do that. But um, there's different ways to do it. You could do it with options. But so let's see. In round numbers, there's 3,500. If you give me that, 500. This is 8,900. It's moving so fast now. This is 2,000. Oops. Yeah. Plus 2,000. Plus, can we round that off to 2,000? Is that okay? So since 910 in available profits on the indices, 16,400. 16,400 with a mini contract in each. Now, your job, my job, is to get a chunk of that. Now, if you were buying today, you didn't get any of that. Not likely. Nope. You may have even lost some money. Um, and then the gold, 915. Even the gold, 3,100. 755. The silver, 3,600. The Bitcoin, Bitcoin ain't isn't doing so well here. What's with that? I thought Bitcoin was like a digital this, digital that. Maybe not. $11,000 in lost revenue. Revenue, value. So if a person had a stack of Bitcoins, they're not really physical, but they got them down in their basement and they got them on a screen, and they have a whole bunch of Bitcoins. Well, their value has dropped by 2.25%. But if they had gone into the futures market, they could have, even on a daily basis. Let's go look at it on a daily. Let's see. I haven't looked at it in a little bit. Um, yeah, so 17 days ago, we got a short signal on Bitcoin at 112. So it's dropped 10% in 17 days. So if you have $1 million in Bitcoin, you're down, in that time, you're down, 100 grand. Yeah, okay, you're down 100 grand. But if you have $1 million in Bitcoin and you got other capital, to help protect, you can use your other capital to protect your other capital, right? That's what you can do. You could have gone into a futures account, and this would have represented, 5 Bitcoin, but you could have hedged it, so you'd still have your Bitcoin, but you'd have value. You would have protected your value. It's called hedging. Hedging, right? So in essence, you're hedging your bets. Now, the Bitcoin crowd, that guy, Michael Saylor and all that, they got professionals that hedge, but they don't bother to tell you guys that. They don't want you doing that. No, no, they just want you to buy, buy, buy. They want you to hold, 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 because that's, how they make their bread. Very dishonest. We'll put it back to a 5 minute. Now, of course, if you're a trader and you're an aggressive trader and you understand how the game is played, you could roll in and roll out and make your money. Call it a day. There are 24 trading days in a month. 24. If you take Fridays off, which is always a good idea, unless you got big fat profits, you want to let it ride, then there are 20 days. So you make $100 a day, 100. You make $2,000. $100. But maybe you lose, 30% of the time. So you don't make $2,000, you make, 1,200 or something, right? You're not going to win every single, but that's the idea. Now, of course, if you're netting 200, well, then, you're making 4,000 a month. And if you're netting 500, well, then you're making 10,000. But Don, I see a trade up there that we put on this morning, and it's a mini contract, and you're up $9,500. Yes, we are. Yep. Now, am I going to do that every day? Nope. Nope. Could it go higher? It could. It could come back too. Could. Is it going to lose? Nope. Nope. No, it isn't. Nope. But I'm going to let it run because I got some other tools that tell me, and we time stamped it. We put out a little video this morning, said buckle your chin straps because today could be the day. Was I clairvoyant? Nope. Nope. I just looked out the window and it looked like rain. You know, that's what a meteorologist does. You might think of this as market meteorology, when the conditions are ripe for something. So it could get worse. Could. I'm not here to seed fear. We're not at all. And if anything, we're here to inspire you to take action, to learn, so that you won't be caught up with the emotions of fear and greed and fear. Because you don't want to make decisions around that. But people will, right? They will. I'm Bag of Dawn. This is Stock Market Caddy. We're going to let you watch. It's a beautiful thing. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. It's noon, November 6th on a Thursday, and the market's definitely turning down. Now you can see the little 1 minute. We're getting some trailers coming in, right? And so we'll keep an eye on it. This trade is not, and it's one trade. It's one trade. It's just one mini contract, big, fat profit. We don't know how high it's going to go, but I do have control over how low it will go. It will not lose money, right? So that's off the table. I'm not going to lose money today. That ain't happening, right? So rest easy. The question is, I don't know how much we're going to make. That's the life of a trader. I don't know. I never know. And I still don't know. But it looks like we're going to have an outsized profit, a positive outlier, and that we want. We want positive outliers. What we don't want are negative outliers. And you can control that. You cannot control a loss in and of itself, because you will have losses and you will have wins. Of course, naturally, you're correct, right? You can't trade without losses. But what you need to learn is that you can trade without negative outliers, big losses, right? That you don't want. Now today, there's all millions of people out there that are getting a can of whoop ass. And they're getting a can of whoop ass because they leveraged in, they leveraged in, they leveraged in. And leverage is a beautiful thing when it's going up. But when the tide goes out, and it goes out pretty fast, that leverage is it's a what would be the word, edged sword, right? It can cut very badly on the way out. And it can be very, very quick. Very quick. And what'll be interesting today, now, so when you get this, so we're getting these little shocks over the last couple of days, right? Even over the last couple of weeks. We've been warning everyone. And our algos have been warning. Not just me, but the algos have been warning our nightly viewers, our monthly members. So what could happen on a day like today is the likelihood of this stopping and turning around and running up is not too likely. Possible, but not too likely. My experience is probably not, right? Now, I wouldn't come rushing in and get short here or anything, because, I don't know your depth of experience and whatnot. But what I want to see is that that from 2 to 3 in particular. Why? Margin calls. Margin calls. Anyone who got really leveraged, especially got over leveraged on the long side, when we get these big down swishes like that, what happens is they're unleveraged. They've borrowed against their account. They've borrowed against their winnings to do what? To buy more stock, to buy more, and catch up in a hurry and get into these doubles and triple leverage shit. Don't play that crap too, by the way. They suck, but the retail crowd love it. So when we pull back like this, the losses can be very dramatic and breathtaking depending upon how much leverage they got. Then what'll happen is the brokerages will give them a little call, little robocall, or an email. And it'll say something like, hey dude, put more money in your account because you're on margin call. And if you don't put more money in, we're going to dump it. It's called forced selling. And they will generally do that between the 2 to 3 o'clock hour. So we want to see that 2 to 3 action. Because if there's anybody big, or there's a lot of little ones, that selling action could get really dramatic, right? Could. Because why? There's a lot of excess. There's a lot of froth. There's a lot of bubblicious. Why not? Market only goes up. Dave Portnoy, right? Market only goes up. Buy, 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 buy. Him and the green hammer, right? There's a lot of people, that think they got it all figured out. Okay, let's see what they do, and it won't be just today. Remember back 2 or 3 weeks ago, we had a really bad Friday. We could have another really bad Friday tomorrow. We could, depending on what happens today. And we have a really, really bad Friday. And our warning systems on the VIX have been warning, and unusually so. They were warning 30 days, 90 days, and 6 months out. Usually it starts close and works out. So they kept warning, a little further out. A little weird. So that's telling me, it might be something really big out there in the next 30, 90, 6 months. Maybe, maybe not, right? But it could be. And then last night, the system started to show near term on the 9 day. Ooh, 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 there could be a storm coming ashore. So if they're, in a convertible, got a cooler in the back of their Corvette, and they're sliding down to Key West on the cross, through Marathon, through Isle Morada, and there's a Cat 5 hurricane out there getting ready to cut across, you might not be able to get back. And this market we've been saying the conditions are ripe for something really, really big. I don't know. I don't know, but that's why we always keep our left hand high and we play a defensive position. We're traders, right? So we want to live to trade another day. Makes sense? But if we do finish poorly today, and we finish even more poorly tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday could be the washout. Could be a washout. Could be really dramatic. And then like Tuesday, Wednesday of next week, CNBC will come out, market in turmoil, that funny, oh boy, Jim Cramer. Oh, okay, well, if you didn't sell yet, don't sell now. Nobody can time the market. Make you feel good and everything else. I mean, they just assuaging you. You're gonna feel like crap if you lost, hundreds of thousands of dollars or a big proportion of your retirement account, especially if you're close to retirement or if you're in retirement. You know? But it is what it is. I'm Bagger Don. This is Stock Market Caddy. If you want to learn to trade the game, we're a mentoring service to try to help you get that done. And be sure to visit the site. If you get any questions, you can email us. You're also welcome to call. I just hope that you've looked at the site a little bit, done a little bit of homework. And you can call me any day from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. at 813-758-8263. And happy to chat with you. We don't make any specific recommendations. We don't tell you that you should or shouldn't do this. It's up to you. We can tell you some of the characteristics of current members and past members who have been successful, and even those that maybe not. And it's we can't know in advance, who is going to succeed. But our retention level for our monthly members is very high. Our retention level, that's how we grade ourselves a little bit from one year to the next. Does a person renew or not? It's not 100% on the annual. It isn't even 100% on the monthly, but the monthly is quite high. It's upwards of close to 90%. It's very, very high. And the annual renewal rate is around 74, 75% still. Fluctuate a little bit, but it's still pretty. We're proud of that. It's pretty high, and from one year to the next. And if you have an interest in that, before you become an annual member, the monthly memberships are unlimited, so anybody can join. When you do join and you want to get a cook's tour one morning and hang out in a live session, a live feed, not a delayed feed on YouTube, you let me know and we can do that. So we offer everyone that. If you have an interest in becoming an annual member, you can't sign up for it. Even today, we won't let you do it. You have to go through what we call a Q school, and we slow the process down. We want you to see the tools. We want you to be able to work with the tools. We want to try to teach you how we go about using them to give you a chance to get your hands on it. Um, After the Q school, which is a few weeks, after that, if you decide to become an annual member, we're going to give you 30% of the cost of the Q school back. Going to give it back to you, and toward the annual membership. And then we send you the tools, and then you get underway. And it'll be you. It will be on you. We won't be giving you specifics, but we'll be there hopefully in a supportive role to help you around the edges as much as we can. And but day to day, you're going to be out there, with your clubs, and you're going to be playing your game, not mine. And you're not in competition with me. You're not really in competition with the market. You don't work for me. We're not. It isn't. It's a mentorship. It is not an apprenticeship. Plumbers have an apprenticeship, right? The older guy gets in the truck, and the younger fella, rides with him and carries the tools, and he learns the craft and he learns the trade. That is an apprenticeship. Unfortunately, we can't do that. Um, we have too many people, and we just can't do that. We never set it up that way. It's a mentorship, and we want to help you learn, what is a wrench? I know nothing about plumbing, right? I hate plumbing. But I got a really good plumber. And but we're gonna try to share with you what we've learned over the decades. And I'm not from Wall Street. I'm not from Madison Avenue, right? I'm not. But we've been doing this a while. Been doing this a lot, to say the least. So we're going to share with you those experiences, those insights for you to process, to think about. We're going to share with you the tools that we have developed. Many of these tools now are coming from members over the years. They'll ask for this, they'll ask for that, and we will build those tools, and we may start using them. Other members might start using them, and we might adopt them. We don't charge you to build them. But we all get to benefit as a private club. So we're gonna let you watch. Gotten pretty quiet here. We've seen this now a couple of times, right? We see the little 1 minutes, a little bit of profit taking here by the hedgies. Probably, we've said this twice already. We're seeing it again. Probably not going to succeed in stopping the bloodletting. But if it does, yeah, we may have to take our profit, um, which we're prepared to do. But the likelihood is we're gonna probably this is just gonna dissipate, and we're gonna probably resume back down. Don't trade off of that, right? Don't and the other part is too, like, that comparison I make, or not comparison, but that example that there are 24 trading days in a month. And if you make $100 a day, you make if you trade every single day, you make 2,400, right? If you trade on Sunday nights, if you take Fridays off, it's 2,000. However, the other side to that is you got to be prepared to lose $100 a day, because you're not going to win every single day. Can you afford to lose $100 a day? If you can, then you're going to be in a comfortable position, and if if you're staying disciplined and patient, over time, you will grow as a trader, and you will learn, and your account will grow with you. Where a person gets into trouble is they fund their account with $5,000. They want to make $500 a day, right? $500 a day, which is $10,000 in a month. And that's what they want to do, but they're not prepared, nor is their account, to lose $500 a day. And they have 3 days, probably the first 3 days, that they lose, $1,500, 3 days in a row. Boom, boom, boom. Now their account goes from 5,000 down to, 3,500 or so, and they may not be able to trade the same level, and then they feel bad and all the emotions of that. So you got to be very, we try to walk everybody through that proper sizing, being aware, mature, a mature approach, a patient approach, a disciplined approach, and just give yourself an opportunity to succeed. But don't rush it. Don't rush. Don't I got to do it all today. It's I know that's tempting, but you've got to resist that. And if I'm not a psychologist, but if a person has, you know, um, a self-control issue of any kind, then trading may not be the thing, right? Because you could hurt yourself here. All right. So, anywho, we try to go through that, but it's a great way to go. You're your own boss. Don't have to travel. Don't have a lot of paperwork. I don't have a storefront. I don't have employees. And it's just a beautiful thing. Susie's over there doing her thing. And we do have options on, so we're diversified in not what we hold per se. We're diversified in what we can do in the markets and how we can get it done in a multitude of markets, a multitude of accounts, and on top of that, we just love sharing the lessons and the tools with new members to Stock Market Caddy. So we're going to let you watch. Thanks so much. Any questions, you let us know. Okay, everyone. It is November 6th at about 12:22, and you can see the VIX rising now. The VIX is now up 6.51%. The ES is from the short signal is down 1.17%, but in a leveraged market, the ES is up almost 4 grand. The Nasdaq from the signal has taken 2%, 1.83% off the top, but in a leveraged position with a mini, that translates to about 9,500 bucks. Now, if you got 10 of them, that's 100 grand. Um, yeah, this is all red, all red. Mm-mm-mm. I'm going to take a look at a couple of other markets. If you have any questions, anything at all, want to bring anything to my attention, by all means. If you're, shadowing the narratives, feel free. It always makes for interesting chatter, but I'm not going to add to it, right? That stuff doesn't impact what I'm going to do or not do. It's just another day in paradise, right? Um, I want to go look at something though. Let me get this up. And yeah, so the Nicholas timing model went short on the 29th and the 30th. And remember, I said earlier that that collective position was up 16,000. Well, it's now up 26,800. Annual members have this on their desktop, so they're seeing it real time as well. Let's go look at the VIX. Yeah, so yeah, it's risk on caution in the futures market, but in the spot VIX, 9 day is risk off resumes day three. 30-day VIX was 3 days ago, risk off. The 90-day was 24 days ago, and the 6 month was 26 days ago. So you had, there was plenty of warning. These things appear to happen like, instantly, but they don't, it's not that fast. And I want to take a look at the yields. Yields, okay. So what I really now want to see is the dollar action. So let me go get that. Let's go look at the dollar. My guess is the dollar is up. I don't have it on this screen. So we've got, yeah, no, the dollar is down. Well, at least I see. Yeah, yeah, we got the dollar. The dollar is down today, um, but it's been long for the last 24 days, so it's probably just a little pullback. Um, Canadian dollar is getting crushed. Canadian dollar, great time to go to Canada, folks, to visit. 0.70, 70. Um, the euro is um, is up a little bit. Yen is up. Mm-mm. Gold, on a daily, the weekly, the monthly are all still long. It's just a dip. Silver, it's in our view, it's just a dip. So let's get a bead on. I want to see some of the S&P 500. So who is getting smoked? Okay, so we got who's up in a big way. Something called FICO, Fair Isaac, uh, Parker Hannifin, CMI, Eli Lilly, AZO, AstraZeneca. So you've got, some of these defensive sectors, and who is down in a big way? Booking.com, Axon, which is the taser company, Manpower, hmm, Clack, chipmaker. Tesla's down pretty hard. AMD's coming in. Costco's down. Uh, hmm, Dangerous place right now. Really is. So, any questions? Let us know. We just let's see. Mercado Libre is down 168 points. IDEX is down 23. Tesla 21. AMD 19. Costco down 17. Synopsys is down 16. Meta is down 12. Microsoft was down 9, Adobe down 9. They're just dumping them. Nvidia down 8. They're just dumping them. I wouldn't get in front of this. Nope, we're gonna just sit tight for now. Let's see what else I can share with you. So much that we go through every night. Okay, so here are some Pebble Beach signals today. We're getting a buy signal on ABBV. I wouldn't go acting on any of this, right? You don't have everything at your fingertips. But what else we got? CHRW transport is generating a sell signal. Yeah, that doesn't look good. CHRW. Be sure to take a look at that on the short side. Doesn't look good. Um, let's see. This is ResMed. ResMed is sleep apnea company, and they're trading at 248. That actually looks pretty good for a pretty good bounce here. Now you don't have to buy shares; you could sell a put credit spread, but that looks actually pretty good. Ross Stores, that doesn't look good at $160 a share. That looks like it's coming in. Let's see who else we got. Here's this IDEX. That doesn't look good. IDXX. That doesn't look. You take a look at it on a daily chart. Disney. We're getting a sell signal on it, but boy, I don't know. I don't know if I would short it down here. Doesn't look that good to my eye. This is APA. What is APA? I don't know. I'm not crazy about the looks of that. So this is the nice thing is when you have these tools, they just keep on doing it, right? They keep presenting opportunities, more opportunities than we have money for, and unless you might have the money for it, and if you do, hallelujah. But you get to pick and choose what you might want to do. Big week, big month actually. Good. I mean, we're only 6 days into the month. I love this time of year. So many reasons. All right, kids. Any other questions? I want to, yeah. So let me do this. I want to get the pivot information for you. We got some tools coming out to everybody, so bear with me. Bear with me. Let's see. We'll do the futures if you don't mind at ES on a daily. Oop, and tell you where we are. So we're down on the S1 on the daily and the ES. Let's add another blank row and at NQ. So yeah, we're down on the S1 on both of them. The pivot point for the NQ is 25,636. So we're really, yeah, we're the S1 is 25,392, and we're under that. So we're headed down. Looks like we're headed down to the S2, which would be 25,038. So it looks like that's where it's headed. Um, ES, the pivot point is 6810, and the S1 is 6763, and we are at 6742. So it looks like she's headed. I don't know if we're going to get there today or not, but it looks like she's headed to S2, which is 6701. Wow, they're really getting smoked. Let me see what else I can share with you on the NASDAQ 100. Is anything really decent? The other one that is really, what is this? Datadog. Datadog at 186. She's trading at 186. The R3 is 164. So she may have had some really good earnings, but she is really, really extended and likely to come in. But there's a lot of stuff that already has been a lot of damage here, kids. I hope you didn't get hurt. AZN. What is AZN? AstraZeneca. See, that's a defense, and she's up at the R3. Don't want to go after that too soon. But if we start to rally, these defensive stocks will come in. What they do is they'll move a lot of these hedge funds, mutual funds more so than hedge funds, they have to be invested. So when they know a particular sector is getting hit or gonna get hit, they will move vast amounts of money into companies that they're just looking for safe harbor. They're not looking for a return. They just want to get a return on their money, not of their money. Let's go look at that ES. Yeah, so it seems like the ES has got a still, it looks like, we got it favoring the short side on this particular chart. Distribution underway. Our members know what this is. She's underneath this breakout point. She broke out, at basically 6,800 is where it was, 6,800. And she's now under it, saying goodbye to that area. And then she's got to get on down here to basically 65, 58 or so. Now, is she going to do that all today? Boy, that'd be a tall order. I'd love to see it, but probably not. And they never do, right? These things don't go straight. Well, they have a tendency to go straight up, but they generally don't go straight up and straight down. You get these feints back and forth, which provide our trading opportunities. And but if we come rolling down in a straight shot to the 65 area, and this bitch don't hold, oh my goodness, yeah, look out, man. It's gonna get nasty. Just wait, yeah. And the Nasdaq, we did this video last night, and folks, annual members are going to see this tonight. I mean, she's right down on it, man. She went right down. They're like magnets, aren't they? And we got really good views on it, and she's right on her support level. She's under it, and she might want to keep going. You know, that's what we're watching. She went right down to it. We have something called the ball marker, and it's very dynamic. We have a really good view of it. We can see our support and resistance levels drawn out real time dramatically, and they're like magnets. They just go right there. I mean, right to the point, and then boom. Nope, we're going that way. It's just the machinery behind the markets is just so obvious to us. I mean, it just is. So call it what you will, call it rigged, fixed, whatever. Just, don't fight it. We just want to stay on the side that's rigged. I mean, right? That's all we want to do. Crazy, crazy, crazy stuff. All right, so I got to get back to so I can see your comments. When I do this, I can't see them. And if you have any, oh, good stuff. You want us to see anything? You want us to plug in a particular market? Let me know. Bob, we got your note. Thank you. No problem. You don't have to use the chat. I'm not even sure how to finagle all that. Um, and we had a couple of, the last, you guys may have sensed it or whatever, but the last few days, I had some things in life that distracted me from our day-to-day things a little bit, and um, some. You guys live in an HOA community? You live in an HOA? Oh my goodness. Uh, I was warned about it years and years ago. And as a young person, I just kind of blew it off, but I don't know anymore. But we are back in the saddle here. So any questions, let me know. I love, showing off the baby. Our baby is Swing Machine, but we got other babies. And so if you want me to plug anything in or answer any questions, I'm happy to do it. We'll let you hang out, and we're going to keep an eye on this. Now that trade, as you're going to see it, I mean, we're not going to lose money. We're not. I don't have a hard stop on it right now. I have visualization on that five. I'd like to stay in this position with the five all the way through to the close. That's what I'd like to do. If we lose the five, then I'm probably going to have to come out, and it'll be what it'll be. And yeah, if I don't capture it all and I only get, a portion of it, then yeah, I'll feel bad for all of about 5 seconds. It's like, it just is, right? I mean, when you've done something so many times over such a long period of time, it just doesn't, oops, I'm gonna answer this phone call if you don't mind. Be right back. Again, we'll just say hello. We are nearby. We're watching this, and you're seeing a little 1 minute. Now, this one seems a little bit more vigorous here. You see the 1 minutes? Check this out: 12 minute, 12 minute, 15 minute, 5 minute. And what's happening is what's triggering that is these are trailing stops by the hedge funds, right? Because they're trading also, right? And they're trading in much bigger size. That's one mini contract up there at 8,000, but they're trading hundreds of these things, right? Millions and millions of dollars worth, right? So their machinery, they also have the capacity to trail, and they will trail, and they'll capture the profit. And now you might say, well, why don't you do that, Don? Well, we could, and you could, right? But I think it's worth just, we've waved off, the opportunity. I think it's happened like 3 times here. We actually have a trade. We counted individual trades. We have a counter that can tell us how many 1 minute trades and 5 minute trades we've had since a particular time frame. So we can actually see that. But I don't want to overread it. And you can see on the 5 minute, it is, we'll focus on the NQ. It's ripping. It means that it's still short. It went short at 910. This one was 910. This one was 910, 910. And when we pointed this out, I mean, it's up real time now, like 2,900 on the ES. It was only up like 35 or $40. We were alive. And we said, get ready, get ready. We actually had sent out a video earlier. Now, if it sustains itself, the 5 minutes will go along. And if they do that, I'm probably going to take my bread, and that'll be it. Now, I don't know where the amount will be, but we'll see. But I'm gonna the probability is, though, the probability is these 1 minutes will fail, as they've done 2 or 3 times already since 910. It's happened 2 or 3 times, and and then they will just, what we want to be rooting for. Doesn't matter. It's going to be what it's going to be. But they'll resume back down this afternoon. The bottom line is, I'm not going to lose any money on this trade. I'm not, right? But I'm also know that I'm not going to probably get the very, very high, right? Because I'm leaning into it. I'm leaning into the shot. I'm leaning into the trade. I'm trying to exercise some patience here to, see if I can get more out of it, right? So you see, there's a bit of a sport to this too. You may not do it every single day or every single, it depends upon what you want to do, right? And if you came in and you had less leverage and you made your money, as Frederick did, beautiful, good. Don't begrudge. You don't want to begrudge yourself. I should have done that. I left too early. Leave all that emotion baggage for the retail crowd. Just don't even bother. Don't trouble yourself with that stuff. Don't bother. We don't. Trust me, we don't. We don't. I remember, when Susie was first learning, and at the end of every day, Donnie, I want to show you this trade. I'm like, you made the decisions. We don't have to go back and analyze every individual trade. Don't make it that tough. It doesn't have to be that tough. All right, so we're here. Any questions, you let us know. And we think as well that there's going to be a trailer, but we got to watch. If these guys start to go long, then I may have to take it. We can always put it back on, but we'll see. Now, when we're getting these swings, as you can see, um, now those of you that are on YouTube, you're on a 40-second delay, which is 40,000 milliseconds, which is really sloppy. That's not we're not doing this to hand out the fish, but that's the kind of delay you have, and that can't be improved upon. That's YouTube. We get the data from TradeStation in about 10 to 12 milliseconds. That's how fast it comes. To give you an idea, there are 1,000 milliseconds in a second. In a second, an eye blink takes on average 400 to 600 milliseconds, and we're getting the data in about 10 to 12 milliseconds, right? But YouTube has they got you on about a 40-second delay, which is 40,000 milliseconds. So just know that we're not trying to hand out fish. I don't think you should be trying to actively trade that fast off of anything. But 21 minutes ago, this is minutes, if a person had taken this and they said, hey, you know what, Don, I missed the big trade, but I'm gonna play for some counters, um, they could have $650 in their pocket, 600 bucks. 21 minutes ago, 1600. 25 minutes ago, 200. 15, 300. That's not a bad day. That's okay, right? I mean, that's okay. Remember, if you missed the big one, that's okay, but you made $600. Okay, tomorrow's another day. Wrap it up, go do something else, and you're on track to you do $500-600 a day, right? So I just kind of share that with you. This Don't get caught up with money. Just don't. It's just I mean, we're doing this, yes, for cash flow, but we're not making decisions, based on the money, and I'm not getting caught up with it. It's just, all right, makes sense? All right, I hope so. Any questions, you let us know. Okay, so you can see the 1 minutes failing, the 1 minute long, the little bouncers. And more often than not, they will fail to the five. Not all the time, right? That's always the trick because they're a counter trade. In the beginning of every new trend starts with a counter, but not every counter is a new trend. So, one of the techniques that one can do is, and we're choosing not to, right? We just, we're fine with where we are in the account and everything. But if a person wants to, if you could say, hey, I'm gonna show deference to the 5 minute, but if the 1 minute goes the other way, maybe you trade an alternate market. Maybe you're trading the mini and you use some micros. So you say, hey, when it bounces on the 1 minute, I'm going to go along 5 micros, right? You stay short we could be doing that sort of thing, right? We can get the machinery to do it too, right? I'm not doing it right now. We're on the lazy side. No, we're doing a number of things. So, but you could. I just not only could you do it mechanically, you can do that sort of thing robotically too. Right? All this can be done robotically to free you up so that you can, go for walks with your dogs and go to the mailbox and, have a nice lunch with your spouse. And, you don't have to be tethered, right? Right. I'm nearby. I have my nose buried in the development center. I'm watching a number of other screens, and we're doing other things. But I can see you and address any questions you might have as you're watching. All right. Sound okay? All right. Um, Let us know if we can help you. If you're getting it done with whatever it is you're doing, you hear me say it over and over again. Just keep doing it. Not a problem. If you're not, stop, think, look around, think some more. Check us out, and if you've got questions, feel free to give us a shout. So I wish you the best. We'll let you watch. I do want you to know in advance that probably about 2:15, 2:30, we'll need this screen. So the live session will be ending probably around that hour. So we unfortunately you won't be able to see the close from here, but you'll see it on your home view. Um, I still think that this fire could still get going here, and I think things could accelerate into the close. And there's other markers that we see that could be problematic going into this weekend, but we'll see. Any questions, you let us know. Okay, everybody, and she cycled again on us, right? You would have seen it. It was just 17 minutes ago. I wasn't in the seat to see it. I can see it now. 17 minutes, 17 minutes, 17 minutes, 17 minutes. Amazing that. And I thought, facetiously, that this was a market of stocks. I thought, everybody is driving up and down I-4, I-95, I-10, in New England, in Michigan, in California, and they're calling their brokers on the phone and they're saying, put some money to work in Apple and put some money over here and do that and that. And stocks go up and stocks go down, and that's what moves the market. Ah, okay. Not a chance in hell, folks. You can set your watch to this. And if you took this trade, I'm not suggesting you did, you're on delay, but our members have. Trust me. Trust me. We got enough members now. They're very busy. 18 minutes ago, if they did it, they're up $560, $75. They're up 800. They're up 400. They're up 300. And they might be done. I mean, they just affect their one trade and see ya, Mr. Market. I'll see you tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day. If you're getting it done, I don't know what you're doing. I mean, if you're chasing stochastics and chasing moving averages and, chasing market profile nonsense, I hope it's working for you. Gold's starting to catch on. Silver's starting to catch back up. Some nice trades off there too. So, but I am watching it. I am watching it. Watch that 5 minute. What time is it? About 1:45. Now, the probability is that these 1 minutes will fail. The probability is they will fail. The 5 minute decline will continue, but it may not. I don't know. And if the 5 minutes confirm and start to confirm long, then I'll exit. Maybe I make 5 grand, 6 grand. I don't know. I don't know yet, right? Um, I know I can tell you one thing. I'm not going to beat myself up. And I'm not going to say to Susan, Susie, I could have made 10,500 and I only made. Not going to do that. Doesn't matter. You know, Susie would just like, I mean, wish, she's been seeing this a long time. It's just the market. It just is what it is. It's what we do. Not out to change anyone's view of the market, not to change anyone's view of the world. I'm not. I'm not at all. I'm brutally honest with what we're doing, what we're presenting. If it resonates with you at some level, feel free to reach out. If it doesn't, and you're like, I don't want to be bothered, that's all right. Don't call. I'm okay with that. I don't. I mean, because you're gonna make an investment. I'm gonna make an investment in you in time, and I want you to succeed. I want you to, to from one year to the next, to the next, to the next. I want you to succeed. I don't, and so I don't want to see you, you know, um, it isn't that I can't keep you from losing money. I can't guarantee an outcome, and I can't keep you. We'll have individual losses, but I don't want to see you waste time, and I don't want to waste mine either, right? So that Q school, we do have to have a conversation. If a person is going, monthly, you can come and go, and most people come and stay. But if you're thinking of going the annual, we got to talk about the Q school. We got to talk one-on-one. We got to make sure there's a match from scheduling, from expectations. We got to make sure there's a match because it's a big time commitment on your part and a very big time commitment on mine too. And I can only do it so many times a year, and I want to make sure it's all as productive as we can possibly make it. All right, all right. So we'll let you watch, but it's pushing 1:45 2. Yeah, it gets to be after 2, so maybe 2:30 ish. We'll see where we are, but we'll need the screen. We won't be here with you for the close, unfortunately. We need the screen. Be good, everybody. We'll let you watch. Now, I won't be enticed. I see the Dow rising, see the Dow on the 5 minute trying to get long. But the NQ is actually failing on that. So I won't be enticed by 30 Dow stocks. The Dow doesn't usually lead, um, and doesn't tell us a whole lot. In fact, when the market is stumbling and bumbling along like this, when the Dow 30 start to go up, sometimes that can be, God bless you, Susie. Um, Sometimes that can be a harbinger of trouble because the mutual funds that must be invested may start to say, we better get out of Nvidia, we better get out of Microsoft, we better get out of some of these high flyers, and let's get into Walmart, let's get into Home Depot, let's get into, the big heavyweights, the Johnson& Johnsons of the world, because we don't really need to double or triple our money during this period of unrest. We just need to make sure that we can get our money out the market when we need it at a later date. So I'm not surprised that the Dow, but in the end, if we are going to get, we're just getting a hint of some issues, right? Just a hint, a whiff early. But if we are going to have a full-blown correction of 10%, 15%, 20% or more, something like that, they will get them all. They'll get them all. It's just that the stuff that has been stretched the furthest, which won't be the Home Depots and the Lowe's, not likely, or the J&Js. I mean, they'll all get hit, but they won't get hit as hard. So I don't, give it much input right here. Um, but the fact that the VIX here, notice the VIX has turned down at 150, and that was just like 8, minutes ago. So it makes sense that the markets are bouncing a little bit, but I want to see, I'd like to see that VIX coming back up. So I think it's just a little bit of little pause here after the lunch hour. If we make a move here, we'll let you know, and I will before, well, I will say this: if ever our broadcast ends abruptly, know that I didn't do that to you on purpose. I usually will come in, I try to come in and say thank you for coming. Thank you for your time, and we need to turn down a courtesy. If we ever abruptly end, don't curse me. It's, either we got timed out. Some of these things have timers, and we got timed out, or we lost the connection, or something along those lines, and I just didn't bring it up to say goodbye. So just know that. But I don't expect that we're going to time out, but I do expect rather soon, somewhere between now and probably 2:30, that we'll need to sign off, and I'll come in and say thank you and give you a heads up. Okay, everyone, this is what we're going to do. You see the little asterisk? I have set a stop, and I'm not going to tell you exactly where it is because I don't need anybody gaming me. Not that you guys would game me, but we're not going to put that out publicly. But there is a stop. That's what that asterisk means. Roughly about half of that profit. I'm prepared to concede half of that. I think it's still a good bet that we continue down into the close. And what we're able to do is I needed this screen for other purposes, but I'm going to use Susan's office. She's going to help me out on something, a little project. So I'm going to let you watch. I will need, though, I will be out of pocket from this point on. And I may or may not be here at 4:15, but we're going to let you watch. Okay, so there is a stop loss there, which will protect half of my profit. Susan will be able to attend to anything crazy, and we'll see if the market wants to turn back down. I do see what you see, a pretty vigorous bounce, just 47, 48 minutes ago. And again, thank you for stopping by, though. We wish you the best. Be sure to reach out if you think we can help you, and we'll let you watch into the close because I think it could be interesting. And although I can't be here with you, I want you to see Swing Machine do its thing. Be careful and have fun. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and I am back. We're still alive, and the stop is going to stay, but we're going to try to carry it, and we're going to try to go overnight with it. We'll keep you posted. We do need the screen now, so I do want to stop in and say thank you for everyone for stopping by. And if you're new and haven't heard of us and haven't seen us before and haven't visited stockmarketcaddy.com, be sure to do so and let us know if you have any questions. Thanks, everybody. I hope you had a great, profitable day.